Good afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So, got some more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Last time we finished up Turnabout Goodbyes and made an initial start on the final case of this game, Rise from the Ashes. So we will be continuing from there. Hello Thomas, hello Nick. I hope you're doing well. Have I recovered from Kingdom Hearts? Yeah! Yeah, I think I have. I did actually go and look for that that New Year's SSR Jack art this morning, and it was so much better than I ever expected it to be. So I'm pretty happy right now. Right, I think we're done looking at everything that was in this area, I think. So we need to slide over here and look at this car. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. No, we don't. The sheriff! Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Scary. Just one thing. Who owns that car? Well, well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in it, sadly? Please. No problem, partner. About time for victuals anyway. Get yourselves up to the saloon on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. By which I assume he means prosecutor's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self, look at victuals, saloon, cerveza. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Great. Great. Great! Maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Hello, Drag. How you doing? Who's this going to be? It's clearly not the sheriff. Excuse me. Were you two all set? Us? Oh, okay. Different voice. This requires a different voice. What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Hello. Half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance. Especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Right? I would love to be bullied by Twist the same way that Thomas is being bullied. Actually, I don't think I would. I think that's too much monkey's paw, really, but... Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. Cough-up? Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. The secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, no, sorry. Please, cough up, Queen. Tell us what happened. You know, cough up the details. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Oh, she absolutely did it. Also, I just noticed she doesn't just have an onigiri hat, but her choker's got one of those little octopus sausages on it. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she means it. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, Wright. You should know then. You should know that the foul misdeeds of the evil ones you should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday? I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew! The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. Which makes me question what she's doing in the prosecutor's building. Aside from getting up to no good. So, what exactly is it that you witnessed, Miss Star? Ah, she's not your type, Thomas, huh? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield that knife so. I kind of feel like what she saw was probably Lana removing a knife, which, I mean, it's a terrible idea in the first place. If someone's been stabbed by something, do not remove the thing that is stabbing them, because that is keeping the blood inside the body. Wrap a bandage around the thing that is stabbing them. These are things I learned in first aid. A knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat, becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now, why does this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? It's a very good question, Mr. Wright. I mean, I had to do first aid for work a bunch of times, basically. It's like the whole office had to do it. And we got shown some very, very gory images that I don't want to see again. I don't think we ever had to use the first aid skills we learned, but at least I know some things. Ah, you did first aid in high school, huh? I don't think we got taught it specifically as part of a class. I think I had to do an extracurricular first aid course with St. John's Ambulance, I think it was. But I definitely did that at high school. You know, the basic stuff, but you're not sure you'd be able to do it in the situation itself. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure for a lot of these things I would panic and not be useful at all. Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. Which, given that this localization moves us to, what, the west coast of America, does not sound that fresh. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No? Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. Trilobite? You're importing that a long way, lady. Never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate parts of a Trilobite's flavour. Yeah, that would be very off. Very off by now. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? Oh, she totally did it. She absolutely and totally did it and got her boyfriend to cover things up for her. See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So, to scientifically analyse the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. That is a terrible mental image. Thank you, lady. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That would be a sure cause of food poisoning. Scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking cop-up, Queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. And that is everything that we have to ask her. Is there anything else I can look at? Ooh, I can look at this. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. Yep. Yeah, that is an arrow pointing inwards. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. No, Emma, scientifically speaking, it looks like an entrance to me. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Aha! The theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German or was he British? Mr. Relativity. You mean Einstein? In which case, wrong on both counts. I think. I'm now not quite so confident as to Einstein's nationality. of thing I should know the amount of times it comes up in pub quizzes. It was, yeah, okay. Apparently he was German. Never mind. I am clearly thinking of someone else. Anyway, Mr. Relativity. Are you sure that was his name? Oh, this glass security booth. Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You could see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe. Emma. Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. Well, yes, we are going to check it out later, but it's not a cafe. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Yes. Well done. You're good at science. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. Yep. Well done. Good at science, not so good at common sense. That looks like everything we can look at here, and we're not allowed to go over to the area where the car is. 97 out of what? Good question. I guess we're supposed to assume 100. Okay, let's go to the High Prosecutor's office. Well, I wonder whose room this is. I wonder. Why do the flowers have a cravat? February 22nd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Wait, that was Phoenix's line. Thanks. Look! There's a trophy or something here. It's got a K on a shield with a missing bit. A trophy? What, that shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Yeah. Not on a shelf. Just sort of chucked on the couch. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Yes. Actually, yes, Emma. But also, I think he just heard you, probably. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice! Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course! I'm his biggest fan! My sister introduced us once and... Right. Her sister is the chief prosecutor after all. You know, given that Mr. Cowboy sent us up here when we asked who owned that car, Edgeworth, did someone shove a dead body in your car's boot? Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. A real stuck-up jerk with a sense of humour! No, did I? No! It was just Mr. Wright here, he... Hey, don't blame me! We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder. A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. Emma! Emma, that was his car. Emma, put pieces together before you insult someone's obnoxious bright red sports car. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. So, the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? No, actually, I think the lunch lady did it, Edgeworth. She's way more suspicious than you are. After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Skye, it's nice to meet you again. Now, that didn't sound forced at all. Now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit it was a surprise for me, too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. Oh, we get to face Edgeworth across the courtroom again! Hooray! Can we agree that Emma's worse than Maya? Yeah, I like Maya more. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Skye is the chief prosecutor. The top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think of it ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's got to be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Sky, yes. We first worked together on a case 2 years ago. Is it from Karma, the shield? Well, maybe it is... I don't think it will be from Karma because he's in prison now. But maybe it is the Karma shield. Just like an award that's named after him or something. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. Oh dear, Edgeworth. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. You keep a knife in the toolbox in the trunk of your car. Why? Edgeworth's knife added to the court record. The murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. Traces of victim's blood, no prints. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't he take a joke? Strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I do. So can we actually look at it? Because we can rotate things now. Rotate. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that, or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Have you seen this guy, Emma? Edgeworth in the wild? think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. The newest in criminal investigation, rotating the evidence. Yes. It means we can see it from all angles. Kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Now there's a scary thought. Alright, is there anything else we can look at? Yep, no. I need. Can I have? There we go. Yep. It doesn't look like there's anything else we can look at. You know, aside from rotating the art, we can zoom. Oh no, I'm being stabbed. Okay, that's enough of that. Hey, wait. Shall we? I want to rotate the attorney's badge. Ooh. You know, that's not what I expected to find on there. I can't say I expected a screw. So this is what the back of the badge looks like. And I always thought it had a safety pin. You and me both, Emma. Actually, I wasn't thinking of a safety pin. I was thinking of, like, one of those ones with the butterfly clasp thing. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. Anyway. Edgeworth, your room. Are you playing chess? Hey, a chessboard! I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges. Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. It only looks like there's one knight there to me. Look, I can only see one horse-shaped one. This is a rook. And that one's a bishop, and that's probably a queen, and where on earth are each side's kings? Oh, these are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have someone get them for him. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? He must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. A reminder to both people in this conversation that the man is in the room. Oh, cute! What a pretty tea set! I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Phoenix, right? You can still do that in a fancy teapot. I mean, I don't. but you can. Wait, he's got a tea set here and another tea set here. This one's got a smaller teapot, so this is probably when he's on his own. And this is for when he has people over. Probably. Amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavour. Look at this royal blend! What an exquisitely splendid concoction! There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. I feel like Phoenix Wright has personally attacked me. How many tea sets do I have? I don't have a fancy matching tea set. I have a teapot, and I have some nice teacups that I don't usually use because I'm usually using larger mugs. And I don't usually use the teapot either. But then I've got a fancy plastic gravity steeper for my loose leaf tea. So a work desk, it's quite tidy as one might expect. Oh, what a nice desk! Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. Also, he's right here, Emma! Anyway, the Silver Samurai, eh, Edgeworth? My, what an amazing bouquet! Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. That's not what I was looking at, Emma, but sure. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead. Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. Was that Oldbag's name? Was it Wendy Oldbag? It may have been. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Ah, yeah, it's definitely Wendy Oldbag, isn't it? Thanks for the confirmation there, Carl. Also, hello. Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancée? I hope not. There we go. I don't think so. Right, why do you have a framed jacket? Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story. There's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. Anyway, the thing we were actually supposed to be asking about. been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Of prosecutors. Oh, it's King of Prosecutors. That's it, isn't it? That's what the lunch lady said, I think. That's why it's a K. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. Oh wait, sorry, was that, yeah. What? So that K, that's... K stands for king? Yeah, you got a problem with that. I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Man, if I was making a trophy for King of Prosecutors, it would probably be crown-shaped. King of Prosecutors trophy, added to the court record. Given to Edgeworth, King of Prosecutors, at the PD on the day of the murder. Oh, it looks like we can look at it again. So that's the King of Prosecutors shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be the King of Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors! Please stop saying that. That still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of this shield broken off? Why does Edgeworth have it? He's been beaten in our last couple of cases. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he's had a lot of other cases this year where he hasn't been up against us. Is there anything else we can talk to Edgeworth about? No. Can we present him with the King of Prosecutors trophy? So basically this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, Wright. I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Oh, why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah? I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. I mean, is it deliberately broken on a prosecutors breaking the defense sort of thing? Or was it supposed to be a full shield? Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Maybe we should. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield. I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Ah, his parking ticket. Parking stub, Miles Edgeworth, 5:12, 21st of February. Prosecutor's office. Edgeworth's parking stub added to the court record. Hey, why do you have that? Actually, no, I guess, no, it is like one of those where you take it out of the thing and then you push it into a machine later to pay for your parking. Rather than it does also rather look like one of the ones that you stick to your window. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. He's gonna have to pay a lot to get his car out later, right? Or will he? The parking system's going to be very upset with him either way. The murder took place around 5:15. So, the murder happened right after you got back. What? Right. I'd appreciate it if you'd direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. You were very fast getting out of your car and getting out of the parking lot, Edgeworth. Well, parking your car, getting out of it, and leaving. In 3 minutes? You are a speedy boy. Or it's really easy to find an empty parking space in the prosecutor's office parking lot. Who's this going to be? Is it maybe Gumshoe? Nope. It is a different police officer entirely. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? Ah, the autopsy report. What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Skye? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Skye, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir! I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with us, sir. give me your name. Yes. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right. Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. No. Oh look, he's got a little charm. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Right. Yes, sir? He caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. He seems to have finally calmed down, at least. Well, to the police department. Via the underground parking lot, apparently. February 22nd, police department entrance. Oh, look at the poor blue badger. He's so beaten up. Phew, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next door, huh? Hold on, what's that? Yay, he moves! Disturbing! Why does it undulate like that? Why are you calling the blue badger disturbing, Emma? Look at him, he's adorable! Oh wait, I know, this is the blue badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the blue badger, who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the blue badger. Oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal, what are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. I'll have you know, I'm a very busy man, pal. But not too busy to dance with the blue badger. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Sorry, Gumshoe. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yeah, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if that evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak with you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lanaskai's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. Ah, you mean after Von Karma, huh? So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Ah, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? Then, what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranking people are being let into criminal affairs now. Oh, so when you said you got thrown out, you don't mean permanently. Okay, Gumshoe, that's fine. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? Not even to investigate other cases? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. An officer marshal was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall. Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of a crime scene is unheard of, pal. I see. Anyway, the Blue Badger. I was wondering about that. What? The Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Gumshoe? Wait, that was Phoenix's line. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance until he drops. What's that? The red shoes, is that? Where you put them on and you dance till you die. Blue Badger panel, a work of art designed by the Chief of Detectives and created by Detective Gumshoe. The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. I always get excited when I come to a police station. Why is that? And also, how often have you been to police stations, young lady? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is! Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. Well, now I've got to know what they are talking about. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. Oh yeah, he's wearing the detective-y coat. He's clearly a detective. And then I said, "Hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy." That's hilarious. I laughed so hard I cried. Guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. So not the latest bust, and also not the weather. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. I would assume probably not, but go ahead, Emma. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo, see? Well, that explains it. What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo? Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. The patrol car is not stripy. Zebras are stripy. Pandas are not. The banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want a set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow, the thought fails to excite me. Are we actually allowed in? Doesn't look like it. And we don't have anything else immediately to talk to him about. Let's present him with evidence. Please tell me more about the blue badger. As a detective, I have to keep my mouth shut on that one. I know better than to go blabbing about things I don't know about. But you made it, Gumshoe. No, I wouldn't want you to do that either. Good. Okay, so we can't ask him about that. Can we ask him about the ID card? Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that, you have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me in so much trouble all the time. Do you keep losing your card, Gumshoe? Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman, he's the victim. That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Now we have something else to talk to Gumshoe about. So, this ID card belonged to the victim? He was a detective, like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? I mean, his whole wallet for a start. Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Okay. The murder did not happen in the boot of Edgeworth's car. The murder happened in the parking lot of the police station, and then the dead body with the knife still in it was chucked into the back of Edgeworth's car, in which it was transported to the prosecutor's parking lot, where Lana, for some reason, opened the boot of Edgeworth's car, went, "Oh no, there's a guy there with a knife in him," and pulled it out. And that's what the witness saw. There we go. That's my current theory. Welcome back, Nick. I don't know if you just heard my theory as to how this murder went down. But I'm pretty sure that once again we're dealing with a murder scene that wasn't where the body was found. Evidence transferal? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. No, he wasn't, Emma. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Skye called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. Can we ask him about the murder weapon? Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Skye to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean... I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organised to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth? What could have happened? Is Lana confessing to having done it because she thinks Edgeworth did it and she's trying to protect him? Is that it? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. So that means basically we've talked about both of these, I suppose. What about the King of Prosecutors trophy? Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal! I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. You don't know the reason, huh, Gumshoe? If the chief prosecutor's on trial, who decides who the prosecutor is for that trial? I'm guessing because it goes basically to the highest level prosecutor available, right? Which is why Edgeworth's on it, given that he's the high prosecutor, apparently. Apparently, he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award, even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumours. Right, did we unlock anything else to talk about? Yes, Edgeworth's troubles. He's in a tough spot again. Again. Well, it all started with the murder of that defence attorney, Hammond. And Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there've always been rumours about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumours. Yeah, rumours of the same sort of thing that Karma was actually doing, huh? Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Aside from the fact that the body was found in his car, stabbed with his knife. But yes. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, his latest case has started a new rumour. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What's his name? The guy in the parking lot. That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West LA. I see. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this, and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. What is that that's crossed off? Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction added to the court record. Received from Detective Gumshoe. Allows bearer to investigate the crime scene. Don't be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there and no one will look at you twice, pal. Now, Gumshoe, you've forgot the most important part of this. Wear a high-vis jacket. Wear a high-vis jacket, carry a clipboard, and act like you're supposed to be there. Yes. That was exactly what I was going to do. We're going to look it up. It says something about $20. Hey, look here. It looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe? Let's see. Annual bonus, $20. Oh, that is not a good annual bonus. I think a couple of zeros are missing. At least 1 0. I mean, come on. No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Okay, what does it say on the other side? Absolutely nothing. Can we look at the letter that's in it? No. $20 bonus. That's more like the tips you get when you deliver newspapers. Not a bonus for a full-time detective. Actually, I think I got more than that in Christmas tips when I delivered papers. Well, let's see if this gets us anywhere then. February 22nd. Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop might be the lady actually. I have to be getting back to the shop. Nope, maybe not. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun's. No, sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight, then, baby. Is that the wrong way around? Ah, so it was her and her boyfriend then. Oh, still here? Hello? Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. I see. I see. What happened to the security guard? The security guard who's clearly working up there and can see you. Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its turd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime, a cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I'll watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? Well, I mean, can we just ask him about himself? I wanted to ask you. Okay, no. He's just... We do in fact have to show him something. Hey, so I've got this. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right in the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. We hope. May we investigate? Gumshoe, that old cowdog. He holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say a letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries, this proves it's from Detective Gumshoe, better than a blood test. Oof. Oof, Gumshoe. Guess I'd better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. It's not that you can blood test a letter, Drag. He's saying that the fact that Gumshoe messed up writing the letter is better proof that it's from Gumshoe than anything else. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't the crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler, strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny, let's have a hootenanny. Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. No, I don't think that's true, Emma, and I don't think you should be writing that down. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction, crumpled and discarded. Hopefully in a bin. Right, hopefully in a bin. And not on the floor. Alright, now we can ask him questions. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Ms. Angel Starr. One stab to the chest. A fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Ah, good. Death due to loss of blood, one knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Which, yes, includes 5:15, but also includes more than 30 minutes earlier, which we know is about how long it takes to drive from the police station to here, given that I'm pretty sure he died at the police station. Oh, sorry, I take it back. I'm pretty sure that he was stabbed at the police station. Where he actually died is possibly a different story. Like, was he already dead when he got bundled into the boot of Edgeworth's car? Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Skye and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. More or less than Gumshoe. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor. No, so the chief prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot? So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy-shoed detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. So why are you not a detective anymore? And is anything about that reason anything to do with Detective Goodman or Miles Edgeworth? Because now you're higher up on my suspect list. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. I don't think the reason is that you're short on hands. I mean, Gumshoe is literally learning a dance right now. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cowdog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs without Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cowdog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just, you don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation. Well, that's suspicious. Anyway, I can look at the car now. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. The crime took place at the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. It is very much a car I would not be driving. Although apparently it's got some pretty decent boot space, if you can fit an entire body in it. What's this? It looks like a note of some sort. That I'm pretty sure is upside down, given that it's probably supposed to say the 21st of February, which is the day that the thing happened, which means that it says SL9 and not 675. Look, something's written on it. Apparently Goodman has his own notepaper. You're right, let's see. 67S 122. You know, if someone presenting to me with this, I wouldn't have called that an S. I would have assumed it was 5, given that it was following other numbers. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Or while his dead body was taking a ride over to the prosecutor's office. Well, so, what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self. For deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. Ooh, burn! I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Goodman's note added to the court record. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. And you see, this is why we have the ability to... No! Why is this the only thing I'm not allowed to rotate? No! The one thing it's probably most important to rotate. And it won't allow me to rotate it. Hurt you. What's this? This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. No, he died from being stabbed, Emma. You have got to be the only person I know who would have come to that conclusion. He's just noodled out of the boot there. Phone! This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? We are probably not supposed to be touching this, but let's do it. Right, let's check it out. Oop, it's navigating for me. Rotate. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. And I see the series is as popular as ever with the kids. It is a very boring cell phone strap, that's true. Can we open it? Oop. There we go. On button. Oh, open button. Okay. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check this phone out. I said it was on the redial screen. Let me look at the screen. We'll press the redial button. Now to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. Hey, that song, I know that. Hey, what's going on over there? Oh, sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah? Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when this murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ring tunes. Oh, that? Oh, I'm sorry, that was my phone. Lana called you? What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. Wrong number. Ah, yes. A total coincidence that your phone rang right when you pressed redial on the other phone. Definitely a coincidence, Mr. Wright. Although I was going to say, although you'd have thought you'd have recognized your own number on the redial screen, except for the fact that I'm really bad at remembering my own number. But I think if I saw my number written down, I would know it was my number. I don't know. I can just about remember my own mobile number now. There's just a couple of numbers I sometimes get switched around, which is why I have my own number saved in my phone. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Well, they sure shoot people for a lot of things in Texas, apparently. Oh, I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Cell phone added to the court record. Property of Lana Sky. Last call made at 5:18 on the day of the murder. So 3 minutes after she was seen with the knife. You would be more worried if the screen didn't show a name and just showed a number instead. Good point! It could have displayed a name. Okay, what else have we got? A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Ah, that's why it was easy for him to find a parking space. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. Dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Okay. Ooh. B block is through there. That's where visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there. Far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Yeah, just a little bit. Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Okay, that's everything there. I see this as one of those vertical car parking things where you sort of drive the car in here and then it sort of moves you across into the bay over there and sends it upwards, and so you can stack cars. I think that's what's going on here anyway. Is there anything else we can talk to him about? There is. So, there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister? That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall? Yes, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a-blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, someone's up to something here. But who? And also why? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence, everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you found one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? And is it Karma? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. What, you're saying Edgeworth is making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everybody knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Maybe. Actually, we didn't see if we could look more at the autopsy report, did we? Name of deceased, Bruce Goodman, 36, male. Estimated date and time of death, February 21st between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Cause of death, loss of blood from a chest wound. Assessment, wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. Do we have a way to measure Edgeworth's knife? Like, is this big enough to be 4.5 inches? Yeah, I guess it is. if the handle is kind of hand-sized, then yeah, I guess it could be a 4.5-inch blade. Why is the blood only here, though? You'd think if it had gone all the way in, the blood would be on the whole thing, right? Yeah, you're right. There is a difference between within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. And I assume they meant it had to be after that, given that allegedly the murder happened at 5:15. Allegedly. Anyway. Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. She said she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. Oh, it was Emma's phone that rang. And we lied to Marshall about it. Because it was Emma's. What? Steel Samurai, was it? I think. It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? A popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Cell phone updated in the court record. Last call made to her sister Emma at 5:18 on the day of the murder. Which really makes me question why it didn't say a name. Why do you not have your sister in your contacts under her name, Lana? Detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. And I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. To be continued. Save. February 23rd. 9:34 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Thankfully, there are still a lot of grey areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big grey area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. I thought that was the whole thing of being a defense attorney. You've always got to believe in your client. I thought that was what we'd learnt this whole time. And there's only one time that's backfired on us. In Great Ace Attorney, anyway. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is... you're not a defense attorney. And I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. All by myself. But apparently not, because Emma's coming with me. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. February 23rd, 10 AM. District Court, courtroom number 9. Wow. And yet still the same judge. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. How rude, Edgeworth! I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Oh, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Oh, is that why she's the cough-up queen? Because she's a professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness Ms. Angel Starr to the stand. The cough-up queen? Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. I think, Drag, if I'm remembering rightly, a professional witness isn't usually someone who witnessed a thing. They're usually someone being called to talk about things related to their profession, I think. Like, if you had a case where, I don't know, like shoddy building work or something was a thing, then you'd call a professional builder to talk about why it was bad or something. I think that's how professional witness actually works. But maybe don't take my word for that. The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Thanks? Will the witness state her name and profession? And you, sir, did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? Which appears to be a scattering of sesame seeds in the middle of a bed of rice. It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. Pickled tapioca. Well, that sounds gross. Is the judge allowed food from the witness? Is the witness allowed to bring food into the court? What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I am not finished eating. It's 10 AM, Judge. It is too early for lunch. Stow it for later. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honour, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. Alright, what case happened 2 years ago that got both Angel Star and Mr. Marshall demoted / fired? That clearly involved Edgeworth and Goodman and possibly Lana as well. She definitely did it. Her and Marshall together. It's revenge. It's gotta be revenge. And I assume the case in question is SL6. Or was it SL9? Sorry, SL9. The same way we were dealing with DL6 before. S is... Yeah, that works actually. I'm guessing that the letters go up one every year. I think. No, that wouldn't quite work. No, that would make this year S. Anyway, no wait, S is... No. T is 20, which makes S 19. D, which is 4, was 15 years ago. No, that doesn't work. And it's probably completely irrelevant. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up, Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutors' spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot floor plans added to the court record. The parking lot with Edgeworth's car. Let's have a closer look at that. Security room, the telephone. This wall that isn't a wall. That's in a weird place if you want the security room to be able to see everything. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright, I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. They have no relation to each other in terms of naming. Well, I mean, I was assuming it was a naming scheme that the police / the prosecutor's office use for naming cases, but then I tried to do the maths and it didn't work. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star. Hey, you're not supposed to be on her side. Wait, are they talking about me? Witnesses account. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointed tip of the knife into Detective Goodwin's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching. As you can see, there's no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. Was that a pun, Mr. Judge? I guess it was. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's mainly a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. She didn't leave me a whole lot to work with there. Which means that we are playing Press Every Statement. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Knew too much about what? Star, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Ah, laid off, not fired. Officially laid off, anyway. Laid off. She was fired. Yeah. Even Phoenix Wright's like, yeah, I think she got fired, not laid off. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I'm a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well, you may continue, Miss Starr. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend. The security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. And which of those helped you murder a guy? Or was it all of them? Care to join? Yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches. Thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. Except for immediately behind this wall. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. You sensed something. So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like... how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. What's that feeling? I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Mr. Bruce Goodman, also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. Young cheese? Yeah, Judge, she means he wasn't mature. A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. Then I must be hard-yellowed and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, in the lot I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. So Angel prefers moldy cheese. Hey, don't knock the smelly cheese, it's good. Not that I would liken human beings to it. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's. Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. You know that. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you're sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than words. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. Photograph. You took this? You know, this photograph straight up proves that the security office can't see this space. So she's got a coat wrapped around her shoulders with a blood stain on it. Yes, because she pulled a knife out of someone. Actually, how much blood would you get on yourself if you pulled a knife out of someone who was already dead, though? Was he actually dead? Did she actually technically kill him by pulling the knife out of him? That is entirely possible. Because this implies that she got blood sprayed onto her. She's also wearing gloves, which explains why there were no fingerprints on the knife. The moment I witnessed the crime, My reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. Really? I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You'd think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Crime photo added to the court record. Oh, that is unmistakably Lana Skye. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It's your knife, after all. Yes. That's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. Do I want to know what the surprise is in the egg salad surprise? You can't testify to her as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. The surprise is poison. Yeah, probably. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. Oh, mushroom, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Like that? Okay, so we've pressed everything now, which means we need something to present. Okay, we have the attorney's badge, that's not going to help us. We have Goodman's ID, which I don't think is going to help us. The King of Prosecutors trophy, which I don't think is going to help us. Edgeworth's knife, which is probably not helpful. The parking stub. The blue badger. Wait, we didn't check the blue badger. Why does the blue badger have a handprint on it? Why does the blue badger have blood on it? Look at his little leggies. The autopsy report. The note. That's not relevant right now. Cell phone. I don't think that's relevant right now. The parking lot plans. When did she get into the parking lot? If Lana arrived after Edgeworth, when did Angel arrive? Good question. Also, if she's bringing a lunchbox to her boyfriend at 5:15, that's not exactly lunch. I mean, I suppose it depends on what shifts her security boyfriend does, but. And we've got the crime photo. It says it's the moment of the crime. It's clearly not. It's clearly afterwards, but sure. Right. Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. And I sensed something. That's not going to be something we can do. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. She was holding a knife in her right hand. It looks like I can't get at the listed people. No. I wanted all the profiles. Then she thrust the pointy end of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. What do I have that I can use to get her? Does the picture show her holding a knife? No. No, it doesn't. She's not holding a knife at this point. What have we got? Yeah, I mean, maybe we've got to say that she's not, doesn't look like she's holding a knife here. Yeah, that's probably it, right? Like, she doesn't look like she's holding a knife to me. And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Skye stab the victim with the knife. And you didn't get a photo of that. As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. Which looks like it comes with a large bottle of sauce. I can't read that. I assume there is salmon here. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moments of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. It was taken the moment after the stabbing.
Objection!
And how can you tell that? Because she's covered in blood, Mr. Wright. Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the Chief Prosecutor's coat? No, because your photo's in black and white, actually, Angel. I cannot, in fact, see the dark crimson stains. I can see dark stains, yes, but you can't prove their blood. They could be soy sauce. But it's a black and white photograph. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea? Well, clearly we say objection. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Ah, that's where we're supposed to be getting at. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering from the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. A lot of murders? Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the Chief Prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Yes, she's wearing gloves. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? Because she was investigating a crime scene? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder? A serious offence. Witness, add this to your testimony. Hey, we've got a thing. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Well, we're gonna press that. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like driving gloves? I mean, they're not driving gloves, but sure. The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Aside from the fact that you're supposed to wear rubber gloves when you're investigating a dead body, yes. You know, so that you don't get your own DNA or fingerprints on it. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Yeah. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show this wasn't premeditated. It can't have been premeditated because Edgeworth's car wasn't there 3 minutes beforehand. And therefore the murder weapon wasn't there 3 minutes beforehand. Is that it? It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. Okay, this again. Right. I think it can't be premeditated because the murder weapon wasn't even there 3 minutes beforehand. That's what I'm going with. Your Honor, that statement no, that was wrong. The statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. I clearly presented the wrong thing and I was supposed to present the murder weapon and not the proof that the murder weapon wasn't there already. That's a thing that happens to me a lot in these games. Where I'm like, this proves it because this! But Phoenix isn't at that point yet. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Oh, Mia, prosecutors bad people. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder. And that's why she was wearing those special gloves. But she didn't even bring her own knife. What's the point of having 10 bars if it takes off 2 each time? Yeah, good point. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. We've got her on the ropes now. Order, order, order. Great, now the tide is turning in our favour. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Not really at this point, Emma. We've only proved that she didn't... We've only attempted to prove she didn't plan it. We're far away from proving that she didn't do it. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need to prove, nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing? I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now? Angel's deduction. But before we go into that, I need some more water and I will be right back. And I'm back. Right. Angel's deduction. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else would drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Oh! Oh! We've got her now! We can present the autopsy report against that one. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. She has left a giant hole for me to place some evidence into. Boom. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. What's the surprise? Is the surprise that it's not actually moss? Or is the surprise that it is actually moss? Or is the surprise what's under the moss? I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, mister. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to the loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. But I was the one who pointed it out, Judge. What the heck? He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness. You got the crime scene set, right? I hope that's ketchup. Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. Well, it could be splattered blood from her victim if she pulled the knife out instead of doing the stabbing. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Oh, we can present that photo. We can present that photo on that again. Because she's not wearing a muffler in this photo. Mister, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that... Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. Yeah, Edgeworth, you're the prosecutor. Edgeworth, you're not supposed to be objecting to your witnesses. Edgeworth, this isn't your job. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? It was there. A scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really? I mean, if my vague memories of this case from before are correct, a scarf was involved. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Some things, huh? Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. We quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. I also get the feeling that, it's quite deliberate that they're calling it a muffler and not a scarf. I think because a muffler is also part of a car. As I said, if my vague recollections of this case from the last time I played it. I assume Draggett's a citizen's arrest, which is something that I don't know entirely how it works. Or maybe she was just pretending she was still a detective. I don't know. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. Cobra's a snakes, lady. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Hey, look, even Mr. Wright knows that. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. I'd like to see you try to bite me from all the way over there. I'd like to see you try and bite me here and not get arrested for it. No thanks. yourself. Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. I think anyone is weak against venomous snake bites, Emma. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. Okay, I didn't see an obvious one there. I mean, we do know one thing that happened after the murder. 3 minutes after the murder. Anyway, let's press. So, where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. Wait a second. How do you even park a car here? Unless you park it here and it gets trundled across, all the way across. How would you park a car there? Because it's not like these are just lines. They're like actually stood up, these parts. Anyway, I'm sure that's beside the point. She was obviously trying to hide herself. I mean, that's a terrible way to try and hide yourself given that now you're in the view of the security box. But hey, quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? How did you quickly... How did you quickly apprehend her when there's an entire fence there? I did mention about the lift. And I'm guessing something over here pushes things into the vertical stack. I'm not entirely certain how vertical parking things work, even though I did watch a video on it. Yeah, how did you quickly catch her, though? You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details? Yeah, we do. I'd like to see this on the floor plans just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Would it? I think that's less than 30 feet, but sure. I mean, maybe 30 feet from this end of... Yeah, maybe it's about 30 feet from that end of the car. Is that correct, mister? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing. The pop-up queen, lunch lady athlete indeed. have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, the fence was about 9 feet high, too. I guess the fastest way up there would be to, like, climb onto the top of this vehicle and then over there, but who knows if this vehicle was actually there at the time. Yeah, I didn't think there was a gap either. Clearly there is. So how did a sky not get away? She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. What's that one word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Which means that it was 3 minutes later while she was on the phone then. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... This feels like something I should probably just let go and not bring Emma into this, but nope. By phone, do you mean the cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately. My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see, Mr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? Well, yeah, that'll be why she decided to go round to the other... I get the feeling that she went round to the other side of that wall thing to phone the police to report a dead body. Probably. That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently, it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone. Indeed. The emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Lana's cell phone updated in the court record. The word muffler was overheard during the call made to Emma at 5:18. Why would the emergency phone be out of order? Yeah, that's a terrible thing to have happened, isn't it? I saw it all. How she tried the phone on the wall but had to use her cell instead. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. And you saw her do this over a 6-foot wall, did you? So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What is it, Mr. Wright? Yeah, you saw that, did you? Really? You saw that? Doubt? Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye. Objection! The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Hey, just because she used to be a detective doesn't mean she doesn't have bias, Edgeworth. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armour, prosecutor? You, who together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Ah, she's showing her bias. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point? However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making that phone call. I mean, admittedly, if she was already up at the top of the 9-foot chain link fence, she probably could have seen it, but shh. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. What? Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. Yeah. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. Can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about... Okay. Did she lie about what she saw? Maybe. Did she lie about where she saw it? Maybe. Did she lie about the order of events? So if she was in B block, she couldn't have seen her access phone. But if she wasn't in B block, she couldn't have taken that photo. So she must have been in B block, which means she's lying about what she saw, right? But I don't think that's gonna actually help us. I really don't think this lady climbed a 9-foot chain link fence, though. So we're not... Maybe someone else took that picture. while carrying all her lunches as well. Where? The Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. True. Pointless to lie. I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard now points in one direction. The place from where Miss Star witnessed the crime was probably the security room hanging out with her boyfriend. Which incidentally means she didn't have a very good view of the murder either. Here. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. I mean, I'm drawing a line from up here to down there and going, you don't have a very good view of that. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. Since I'm assuming you probably need a keycard or something to get into this area in the first place. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Star? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has gotten the better of Angel Star. I still want to know how she got that photo. Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense. Because if she was where she said she was, if she was where she actually was, how did she get a picture from the other side of the lot? Unless she knew this was going to happen and set up a camera so that she could take that photo. Which means she did it. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands. Objection! It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So, tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. The fact that she isn't supposed to be in that security office in the first place, probably. Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. The star witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What could that change? The angle of view to the crime. Really? Why, the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station is on the second floor, and, she would have sort of a more 3D view of the crime. And this is important. Why? Because she couldn't have seen very much of what was happening with Lana's back to her. Perhaps you'd like to reconsider, Mr. Wright. Oh, apparently it wasn't the angle. The lighting, though? Does it change the distance? Here to there. I mean, it's a little bit further. I don't see how the lighting would affect anything, so I guess it's the distance. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. Objection! My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. Objection! What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Yes. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Skye? About 3 minutes, I'd say. That's a guess. Well, witness, you... Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. How did you get into the security station? Surely that's something you need a key for. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. So she had to go all the way around to B block, where she then took the photo. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? Which means that she actually missed that phone call, if she's telling the truth that she saw it happen at 5:15. This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. How fine's your spork? You have a point. And the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Objection! 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Exactly. Lana wouldn't be there anymore in 5 minutes if she actually stabbed the guy. Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. This guy dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had a picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah! Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. It shouldn't Wright be quite fast because his hair is aerodynamic. Yes. Mr. Edgeworth is the next witness ready to go. Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that cat shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. I'm afraid that the cop-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Hold it. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? It's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything left to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woo-hoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Isn't that bribery, Judge? I don't think you're supposed to take bribes. It's probably in the rules that you're not allowed to take bribes. I mean, your job is way more important than any of mine have been, and I've had policies about not taking bribes. Surely the courts has policies on not taking bribes. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? Decisive evidence. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lena Skye. Lana, why is your blood on the victim's shoe? Unless you were really uncareful about... She had a bandage on her hand. She had a bandage on her hand. I think she was very uncareful about removing that knife and cut herself. Because surely it's way easier to accidentally cut yourself removing a knife from a body than it is to do it while you're stabbing someone. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Also, why do you have that? Why do you have that, Angel? What? There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. That's a good point. Why does the knife not have any of her blood on it? True. Good point, Drag. Traces of the victim's blood. Maybe we can use this. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed. Also, something chain of custody of evidence, I'm pretty sure that shouldn't be admissible. But since when did Phoenix Wright actually adhere to the rules? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. 3? But I thought you said you only had 3 boyfriends total, and one of them's in security and one of them's in criminal investigation. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Okay, apparently chain of custody is something we're going to deal with. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. And we already had that photo as well. In other words, the shoe is illegal evidence. At least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. But Edgeworth, you didn't have the police approve the photo. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? His Seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. I'm pretty sure, I am pretty certain that we have submitted illegal evidence before. The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. What about the second rule of evidence law? However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Victim's shoe, white enamel shoe, bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lanasky. Ooh. Is the murder weapon not actually Edgeworth's knife? And I'm not going to go any further down what I was going to say because that more goes into the vague things I remember about this case, and that would be spoilers. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Okay. Well, let's just press everything. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. A very different Kalla, yes. A far more confident Kalla today. I may be bad at battles, but I'm good at evidence. Let's ignore those 2 strikes I've taken this this case already. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This when the suspect is admitting she did it? But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next. That's what we were supposed to be doing, presenting the knife, that was it. So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analysed by a forensics expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. Yeah, in the chest, not the foot. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. Yeah, you know what? I'm a little bit worried about my 2 strikes already, but if there's 2 types of blood on the shoe, why is there only 1 type of blood on the murder weapon? Oh no! That's a bad one. That didn't work. It didn't work. I need a save. I need a save. I need a save to reload from before I completely screw myself over. Let's keep pressing then. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh? Well, speak up! Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there. Which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just 1 person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. Wait a second. You know what we haven't done? You know what we haven't done? We haven't rotated the shoe. Rotate the shoe. Oh, there's blood on the bottom of it too. There's blood here too. On the sole of the shoe? It's got to be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. Oh, this blood, it's horrible. This blood might be an important clue. Alright, let's look at the blood on the top as well. This blood, it's my sister's, right? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. That's when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Poor sis. So when they say 2 types of blood, there really is 2 bloodstains, huh? Anyway, we need to press this one as well, I guess. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Peppered fish guts. Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some, like your client, she's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the shoe? did the victim stand in a pool of his own blood? Were there any pools of blood in the prosecutor's office car park? I don't think there were. Which once again points to my theory that he didn't die there. Yeah, there's a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. I'm pretty sure the problem is that the victim's blood is on the sole of his shoe. And only the sole of his shoe. I wonder if you noticed, there's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, you rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Judge, she threatened me. I'm pretty sure she's not allowed to do that. She threatened to kill me, or at least harm me enough that my blood would be not in my body anymore. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. In the chest? Not in the foot, Edgeworth! What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of his shoe? I was wondering if that was the case. Yeah, there isn't. I don't see any blood on the floor there, right? I mean, admittedly, we can't see, like, over here, but... wouldn't we be able to see a pile of blood? Sorry, a puddle of blood, not a pile. Blood doesn't pile. It's a liquid. How good it worked. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint. Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't there any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Because there should be at least one bloody footprint from that shoe, right? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. The picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Yeah, you would expect Lana to also be tracking it, right? Order! 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 Well, witness? What? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh. That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think! Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? Hold it. I see. Now I get it. What? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. Yeah, she grabbed the shoe and just sort of rubbed it in the blood herself, clearly. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. I thought, well, that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that's... I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness! Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason. To wipe away the bloody footprints, allegedly. Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's the prosecutor's speciality. Erasing evidence. That reminds me, this guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't you say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him? But how ridiculously bad at stabbing someone would you have to be to cut your own stabbing hand? I mean, really, the witness said she stabbed him with her right hand. How bad do you have to be at stabbing someone to cut yourself with the hand you're stabbing them with? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Right, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. Who's that hold it from? Oh, it's Emma. Hold it! Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that... Oh, sorry. It was Angel Star who went, hold it. There we go. Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying that my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait. Witness, don't tell me you have something else. Objection! The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. A photograph. Hey, he's not lying in the way the police tape was done. I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait! Look at the asphalt on in this photo. Well, I can't see that, but Phoenix says it's clearly wet. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. Sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. Also, let me attack that piece of evidence because I have seen something. I've seen something that I remembered. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right, wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. See, we don't even need to have Maya here to get haunted by Mia. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Objection! Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph. The last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yes, there's a problem with the muffler. Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose, since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph. The muffler. The muffler, Your Honor. The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Yeah, there is, Edgeworth. I think you'll find it's a muffler. A muffler in the muffler, one could say. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. Well, I pointed at one, Judge, actually. It's a muffler that's inside the muffler. A muffler is also a part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honour. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system. A pipe. I see, and I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there is something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Objection! Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case. Okay. Muffler. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court? Yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler! Yeah! Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh! And that means we have to send some police to go get it. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Phew. That was close. But we made it. At least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime, after all. He's still hungry? Hey, we've hit a very convenient place to stop. Very convenient indeed. I would like to save my progress up to this point. Yes, thank you. Yep, we've hit a convenient place to stop. It's a convenient time, so this is going to be the end of today's stream. Thank you very much for watching. It's been fun. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description box. The streaming schedule for this channel is posted both over on social media and over here on YouTube in the community tab. And yes, this was the last scheduled stream of this week, so I'll put another schedule up tonight. This was also the last scheduled stream of this year, so Happy New Year, and I'll see you after that on next Friday. Next Friday, because I'll be back from Seasonal Travel Part 2. So next Friday, 7 PM, and I'm thinking Sakura Wars. So, hope to see you then, or another time. Don't I normally put up on Sunday? Yes, but I'm not going to be here. I mean, I could schedule it to be posted, but yes. Anyway, hope to see you then, or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and Happy New Year for next week. And yeah, this is Kalla signing out. See ya. Bye bye.